Secretary General within this institution to express my gratitude and for what they are doing for the residents, for the benefit of the residents, which aims at consolidating and preserving the dignity of residents and reintegrating them in the socio-political and social and cultural fabric. In 2002, can be regarded from Morocco a very important stage in terms of human rights, especially concerning the rights of residents. This year knew the updates and innovation and harmony with a new vision of human rights. At that time, it was a turning point in which the state of rule of law was consolidated, and we had a new vision of development, and that is matching the priorities of international human rights and domesticating them at the national level. And this is why it was created our foundation under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, and His Majesty gave it his name, which reflects the importance of this foundation. And this new era witnessed new values and new definition of how to deal with residents and how should be dealt with, although they were deprived from their freedom. But this does not mean that they should be deprived from their dignity, and they should be treated on equal footing with all other citizens. And here we work as a suggestion force, and here we're trying to empower those residents and to decrease the rate of crimes in line with preserving the dignity of all citizens alike, no matter how their gender or political belonging or ethnicity. And there were so many programs dealing with illiteracy and trainings for all educational levels. And we aimed at a real integration in society, and this is a process that was accompanied by so many services that meet the need of those residents, and in order to give them an opportunity to be reintegrated again in society and to have a better self-confidence to face society. Ladies and gentlemen, and well, this program is a continuity of so many programs that are launched within the penitentiary institutions in order to rehabilitate residents through scientific and methodological steps, respecting all those phases. And we aim at celebrating the creation of this foundation that in 2006 reached now 10 centers that are providing their services for so many residents that can be counted to 10,000 of residents. And our policies are diverse according to the diversity of residents and the need of all of them. We have so many access that are medical, psychological, administrative, judicial, and educational in all its levels. And we also deeply believe that a crime is a phenomenon that is part of human instinct, and we cannot erase once and for all. And this impedes having a homogeneous society. And the resident is a conscious being and a thinking being, but also a vital player in society. And this is how we need to integrate all the powers and resources, including residents and all the vulnerable categories of society. And we are working with all our strength with this phenomenon. And there has been so many developments in art and literature, and we're trying to reduce the rate of crime. And we are focusing and putting at the center of our emphasis the person rather than the crime, because we are aiming here to enhance the position and the situation of the resident. Well, the resident should be functional. He should and she should have a function in society in order to have the benefits and to be productive and to enrich society as a whole. When there is a social injustice, there is more crimes and penal punishment. And here we get to have overcrowded penitentiary institutions. This is how we had so many stages, including the Conference of Geneva, in order to set so many values and to have programs dealing with humans and residents in order to focus on this resource. And because if we generalize social protection, which is matching the high vision of His Majesty, it is a social responsibility, because the society and the state is trying to give a new impetus to those residents and to provide new job opportunities and employment opportunities for those residents, because some of them are coming or stemming from social categories that are vulnerable. And here we treat the cause and not the symptom. And there are so many relations between those residents, and we should set a network between all members of society and those residents in order to preserve the dignity and to empower those residents. And also those mechanisms need to deal with decreasing crimes and to provide security in society and to find solutions to judicial problems that sometimes can cause deviation, and also because crimes sometimes have reasons, and they have also reasons that can prevent them, and they can be personal or environmental. And also incarceration regards the body but not the thoughts and the soul. This is why we should give a space for learning, and we should not regard those residents as offenders, but rather as persons who can learn and be reintegrated and have opportunities, and to give them a chance to move forward and to empower themselves. As you said, nobody can rehabilitate somebody by force, but it should be inner in the residents, and also the victim is touched in his dignity, and this has ramifications on the whole society. And here in this foundation we work on integrating the residents, because this should be, residents should be inextricably linked with integration. These should be collocations, and it should be relied on respecting the values. And there are deviations and unconventional behaviors, but we should reform those behaviors, and this is through an integrated approach. And also we shouldn't focus on the punishment side and the penal side, but on the release in very good social conditions. And also because there is stigma and touches the dignity of residents and stops the employment integration, and also impedes those residents from being part of the whole fabric of society. In line with those challenges, we have so many others, but we have a vision that is centered on the resident, and we suggest to reintegrate the residents and to make this a responsibility ours for all citizens, and to make through an inclusive approach, and also to assist psychologically and socially those residents in order to evaluate those residents and to reduce the overexcitement of the residents, and also to prepare a program of healing those residents, relying on the social situation of the residents, and to suggest recommendations, and also to enrich alternative solutions, especially when it comes to simple felonies, and especially when the resident is productive and has potential to be more productive. And also we should deal with the social and psychological files by experts, and also to support the foundation by funding and the right human resources and competences to deal with this, and through so many services to devote parts to those categories in order to integrate them in the social fabric. And also when the resident is integrated, and to have the right conditions to work, and also to remove some hurdles before those residents in order to allow the residents to have work and to regain dignity. And also to treat some root causes like poverty and drug use, and to have a better vision concerning integration by fighting crimes, and also the misdoings of political parties, and also to focus on the childhood, because they are the future of tomorrow. And we should rely on integrations and make them inclusive. Those people should have those rights, and no discrimination should be here, because the Nobel Prize winner of 1946 showed us that we can rely on the child to protect the child, and to develop and to equip the child for being man or a woman of tomorrow, because this stage is very, very crucial in our society, especially in that is carrying the future of tomorrow, and the whole future of the society is contingent on those children. And this is the real asset, this is the real resource of this country, because and those children will be witnesses, and they will have testimonies about our work. We are aspiring at developing education, and to have an integrated approach, giving priority to development and developing the personality of children, and encouraging schooling of all children alike, and to avoid leaving schools. And this has to do with our ability to incorporate and give the right capacity for providing education for children, because children are being separated by cutting the umbilical cord, but they are not cut from us by not providing the adequate services for them. This is why we should not neglect or marginalize children, because they have rights, and those mechanisms of development should be focused and emphasized on this category, and also on women and on the residents, because they are the pillars of society, and we should take into account the psychology of those parties. They are contributing segments and parts, because there are so many people who are complaining about misdoings in so many instances, but they are not talking about children who are not going to schools. But this is worse. And we are not all contributing to this vision, because we should all have a hand in this and work together hand in hand in order to expand those values, because we do believe in those goals, and to bring everybody on board. And our foundation is trying to help in the implementation of this new development model. And thank you very much.
شكرا لسيد منسق مؤسسة محمد.
Thank you, Mr. Coordination of Reintegration of Residents. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the introductory speeches, and we ask you to take a break, and then we will resume our first session at 11 sharp. And thank you very much.
a panel that will discuss the integration of the residents. And to remind you, the false university will be to discuss different topics related to the penitentiary system and its ninth session. We're again welcome to think collectively in one important topic for the society, one that should not be eliminated, which is a collective attempt to yield a Moroccan program. For that reason, I welcome the professors taking part of this panel, and to let you know that the second and the third panel will be one session. I welcome the sociologist, Mr. Said Benis, and I welcome Mr. Adres Afina, the president of the Independent Center of Strategic Analysis, and Mr. Mohammed Ahsoun, and Professor Abdel Jalil Ainoussi. And we will have through Zoom Mr. Mustafa Al-Fikak, a content creator. Without any further ado, I would like to remind an essential thing, which is that this activity, this intellectual activity, will contribute, will have the residents of different penitentiary institutions that will take contribution. We will have residents from the central institution, from Ain Sba, from Qanitra, and from Ait Milul as well. And also the local penitentiary institution from Mujda, also from Tetwan, and also from Asmara, and different cities such as Khoribga. In total, it's 150 residents that will be following us, and they will take part of this panel with their questions and with their comments. I would like to welcome everyone again, and I would like to extend my thanks for their vital role in contributing to this ninth session and ninth edition. I would like to start with the sociologist, Said Benis, known for his ideas in the field. Thank you, Mr. Al-Qaraqi. I would like first to extend my thanks to the general delegate of the Penitentiary and the Reintegration Administration, and also would like to extend my thanks to the people organizing this fall university program. I would like to share some ideas concerning the residents of penitentiary institutions as human capital contributing to development. I would like to start from the question, which is what are the mechanisms that would activate their contribution to the development, especially in light of the new development vision, and what kind of development that the residents of these penitentiary institutions have. I would like to start from a general theory that development is based on different axes. Their contribution and their integration in society should be related to different parts of the society: health, education, and also through different values that emphasizes the social link. We cannot have a president if we are resident if we don't have shared and common values, if we don't love our country. So that's the main issue. We should not prepare this resident just we have different problems in the society. That's why Gary Biddle has came with a theory about human capital that is related to different values in society and their the abilities of the individuals. And with the residents of the penitentiary institutions, their formation should be aligned with values of citizenship. And there is, of course, learning by doing. It's not a traditional teaching setting, it's more related to a practice. We are in a digital era, and the kingdom is stepping towards this new era of digital development. And starting from penitentiary institutions, starting from real citizenship to digital citizenship, we have to prepare the residents that after their release, they will move to a society that is transitioned from real world to digital world. What matters, what consists, the essentiality or the essence of our formation is the human capital. What matters is specific capital. We have to teach them, we have to train them to be prepared to different fields of sector, different fields and different sectors that Morocco is taking the lead in. So why not prepare these residents to be able to work in such fields? In the new development model, or in the report, in page 96, there is enhancing human capital, reforming different sectors. And if we have to apply that on the residents of penitentiary institutions, we will focus on enhancing the abilities and the skills of the residents, and to re-enhance or to ensure the integration of the residents and the development dynamic. From this, we are obliged to give a hint to, as there are names in the text or in the report of the report, that the name or the word resident was mentioned once, but human capital term was mentioned 31 times. We have human capital as an essential contributor to the development. It allows equality and how can we relate the resident's abilities to his environment to which he will be released. Every model of development stands on different goals and different mechanisms, but these mechanisms must be based on different values. These residents, when they are released, they can go to their past actions. That's why we are obliged to adhere and add values to our plans to reintegrate the residents after the release. Thus, we have to give importance to the political project in Morocco that is based on a more inclusive belonging to the country. It doesn't mean that the resident is from one city. He or she should be treated as he's from different cities. Are we talking about local, regional development? But the human capital we are training, we have to know what they have as strength. There is a discussion in sociology, what matters, soft development or hard development? Should I give him facilities to work, to allow our society to function? And among other solutions, that we should combine soft and hard training as we aim to make the kingdom strengthened with soft power, a civilization, tourism. These are not material powers, they're soft powers, and also to put in a sense that what matters is human capital. And to allow that to happen, there are noun mechanisms: appropriation, capitalization, and empowerment. We want that the resident must be trained for whatever option they opt for. An actor, a car seller, as Al-Jarbi has said, that we have individuals that are limited to certain work. We don't want their knowledge to be limited. We want their knowledge to be holistic and to be flexible. And among other mechanisms that I suggest, as the question is, what are the suggestions to that we should reconsider the budget allocated to the training and education? And the purpose is to move or to do a transition from the real world to a digital world. And education, we must aspire equality instead of the quantity, as well as we must create encouraging mechanisms. We have different practices and experiences, such the example of Brazil, that the more books you read, the less time you spend in jail. And we want to do such creative mechanisms to reduce the period of detention of the residents of these penitentiary institutions. And this is called knowledge management. We should allow and allocate knowledge that would appeal to a certain need. We want, as a Kingdom of Morocco, we're not friends. We have to take experience, of course, but we must make it appropriate for our environment and for our kingdom. The residents must have this idea of them being able to be contributors to development. What are the outcomes? First, these are just suggestions. The need has become more and more to invest in the residents of different penitentiary institutions, as they are a soft power contributing to sustainable development. Not just to think of residents as just, and also we have to think about minor detainees or minor residents of the different institutions. We have to train an elite of inmates and also to produce different inmates. Why not produce an entrepreneur from the penitentiary institutions, as we have as well to build different mechanisms that would allow the residents of these institutions to easily access to different sectors that Morocco is leading. Why not? We will have residents that would not only would be reinserted into the society, but also would be vital actors in development. When we are talking about this topic, we're talking about penitentiary institutions as a nest of knowledge, nest of success stories that would be an alumni of a success story of what that would showcase the institutions as a place where we invest and we get as a result active members of the society, and they are potential active members of the development of the society, and we will develop their skills and their abilities, lest they go back to their old habits and commit crimes again. This wouldn't happen unless we invest in developing their abilities. And thank you, everyone.
شكرا الأستاذ والزميل
Thank you, Mr. Said Banis, and just to interact that among the positive outcomes of this report is that we focus on made in Morocco. That means that there is a feeling of pride to look for Moroccan identity that must be present in different sectors. When we talk about the development model, it has put 5 essential axes, and some of them are related to what is related to penitentiary institution, a Morocco that is integrating and protecting everyone, exclusive. The project of the new development model from which we have started, the inmate must find an opportunity in that society we're talking about it, and different residents of penitentiary institutions were part of the report of this development. We have Mustafa Al-Fakkak online, and just Si Mustafa, you are allocated 15 minutes, and go ahead. He's a content creator. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you, everyone. Firstly, I would like to extend my thanks to. That's a pride that we have as a civil society. We recognize and we establish communication with residents of penitentiary institutions, as you have stated. There is an improvement, there is a recognition, and we are concerned about the situation of these different residents that would like to contribute to their society. But the whole work in general, I assume, we will get the fruit of it. I just have a comment on what Mr. Said Benis has stated before. I agree in general about the question of values. As an entrepreneur, I'll give you a brief of my experience. I have started online. I started learning, and I learned myself. And as Mr. Said has stated, learning by doing, and this is very essential. And I myself, an example of learning how doing. I started with the internet. Any problem that I had, whatever problem it is, I only look for the solution online. I look for my own solutions myself. There is a problem. I want to solve it. And I have to learn how to solve it. That's why learning by doing is very essential. You yourself are the teacher of yourself. You're driven by passion. You have a why, you have a reason that pushes you towards finding the answers. And as Mr. Said has stated, apart from that, different mechanisms of learning, which is a gift. You must also have different needs provided to eat and drink. In my situation, in my case, I didn't have my parents to pay for me, but I did it all by myself. I was an artist, and it didn't cover all my needs. I had a wife, I had a son. I was in harsh conditions, but at the same time, my dream was to contribute and give something to the community. I started doing videography and video editing, but the impact, my desire was to contribute to the society and achieve my potential within this community. Thus, I followed my dream and found out that self-learning and the practice of what I learned, of course, it didn't yield me any outcome, but what I have known since the beginning is that I wanted to share knowledge with people. But how to capitalize upon that, or how to capitalize all that, I was not thinking of it. I was learning new things every time. And the more I share my knowledge, people started to recognize me. I started to share. People started to recognize my work and to appreciate what I've done. I didn't know this such a thing. People requested my services and found out that I could capitalize on that. I had demands, I had requests, and I found, okay, this is more than one person could handle, and I needed to start having co-workers, and thus started my own company. And I started to learn. And now we are a company of more than 30 or 30 to 40 members, and we have a contract with each one of them. I was not expecting it. I did not envision to have a team or to have a company with this number of co-workers. But this I have learned it through practice, through doing. And that's the same. These programs, this university, these fall universities are vital to remind the residents that whatever you desire, whatever you want, you could achieve it. It doesn't matter the circumstances. You could always surpass that. As there is an ability, there is a possibility of learning. And if you have all these tools, the resident, if they want, would achieve whatever they put as a goal. It depends on how a person sees their future and their needs. If you work on it, you will fail, you will have doubts. But the more you stay attached to your dream, that's would be helping you to achieve. Success for me is a long way. There's always doubt there waving at you. The worst you can do is to go out from that road. It doesn't matter the pace you walk or drive with. What matters is that you keep on going. What matters is that I'm learning. Learning is always something positive. From my personal experience, after I have achieved different dreams, I have started to question the meaning of my existence in the world. What else? What could I achieve? The only thing that could comfort me is learning. I wake up every morning. And I comfort myself with, oh, I have something to learn every day. This desire to learn are what keeps this fire of dreaming lit in my heart. And it would help me to find answers to different questions I have, and it would help a person become a vital and an active member in their society. I don't want to take much of your time. I would like to thank the different penitentiary institutions. I wish I could have been there, but hopefully next time I would be present physically, and I would like to extend my thanks again. Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. We also have benefited from your intervention, and you are a great example, a prodigy of what you have given to the society. And of course, your intervention, that learning poses a question of meaning, subsequently gives you another question that would end with change. I would like to thank you, and that's what I have retained from your intervention, and I consider you one example of that people should follow the path of. We have Mr. Driss Afina, the president of the Independent Strategic Center. He has an intervention that with no doubt would have an added value to this collective thinking that we are all undertaking. I welcome everyone. Thank you for the invitation. The first time, of course, I was not reluctant, I was not hesitate to accept your invitation for the importance I personally dedicate to this question, and all academics should also consider thinking of this. My intervention would have an economic, financial, and technical aspect, for that's my field of expertise. A penitentiary institution in Morocco has now great developments and the great thanks to His Majesty the King and his vision. The institutions are particularly an active tool of inserting the individual into society. And the institution itself is developing. There is a national framework that focuses on accelerating the development through different workshops, different projects that focus on the individual to reinsert them and to reintegrate them into society. And this is a question that the new development model has insisted on. This model aims to build a trust in the individuals and to answer the question of an equal dividing of the wealth. And it is also related to the national economy to create more employment and to answer to different questions. The other aspect or the other question was related to the pandemic that challenged us, but at the same time it has helped us to see things in different perspective. And we have different interests to self-development as we are trying to contain the gap between different countries of the world, and this has contributed to aspects of immigration to rich countries. In light of all of this, the question is, how can Morocco be part of all of these changes that a national and international context imposes on Morocco? How the residents can be economic contributors. As we all know, the penitentiary institutions has two vital challenges. The first ones they are related to the budget. And how can we make it an institution that would be sufficient, self-sufficient? The other one is related to the overpopulation of the residents of the different institutions. If we continue on this rate, on an annual rate, which is 3.1%, would double the overpopulation in different institutions. Based on different international experiences, which shows plurality of experiences in different countries. Here we have to remind ourselves of the American model, which stands excellent and reflects a liberal example. On the other side, we have the Chinese experience, which reflects how the whole country can take care of all different issues. Each society has different problems, and these problems must be solved based on the environment of that country. All of these things are based on a preliminary study. We have to provide the minimum requirements of a good detention for the residents. At the same time, we're talking about different questions related to how to allocate a certain budget for the different penitentiary institutions, in which different institutions would contribute in, which will allow this sector to develop. As well as we have an educational aspect, continuous training, which must be essential to the reintegration of the residents based on an Anglo-Saxon vision. Trainings with different potentials that would answer to the needs of the market. As we also have to focus on the personality of the resident, that the penitentiary service must be aligned with the effort. But this requires a deep analysis as different institutions, as well as we have to acknowledge that the penitentiary sector in Morocco must take part of the digital transition, to take part on different levels, as it will reduce the costs of these institutions. On the management, using digital world would reduce different costs, as there is a financial hurdle and there is always a need for more finance. This also would reflect on preparing the residents to be trained digitally, and this mindset is a mindset that we should all aspire to have, which is an entrepreneur mindset. There is a partnership between the private and the general sector and the penitentiary institution, as it is possible within this current partnership, which must be subjected to scrutiny. France, for example, is part of this partnership, but its experience, according to the reports that we have, was not a success. We have started it, and we have to guarantee its success, and also it must contribute in its success, as we have done different studies to develop the partnership and to insist that the community, the penitentiary community, must be part of this change. As I suggest as well, to build specialized prisons, a new type of prisons that would and must be part of a greater project to develop the country, as well as we have to integrate its development within regional plans of development. We must include a part that would focus on developing the carceral institutions. The media is showcasing another side of the story, which is always the bad part, the sad part, but we should also present success stories that would make of a penitentiary institution as a nest of success stories, and we should also focus on the Japanese experience, on which they base on developing a positive mindset of the residents, to which there were allocated different tools that different countries would use to help change the mindset, as we have to update the professional roadmap for it should answer to the different needs of the residents and individuals. And also universities must partner up with the institutions to develop the different suggestions that would help at the end, as a result, reduce this rate of developing rate of 3% to 0%. Thus, we will save up to make the penitentiary institution a place that would produce active members of society. And thank you, everyone.
شكرا للأستاذ إدريس أفينا الذي طرح سؤال تحول.
Thank you to Idriss Effenda, who talked about transformation in penitentiary centers and the strategic question that makes these institutions in Morocco think about the future of Morocco and seek solutions for a brighter future. And of course, every question has got a budget and social costs. And of course, when we talk about specialized penitentiary institutions, it was there in Morocco because we had agricultural penitentiary institutions. But from there, we have to start and to build upon it and think about something more specialized in industry or electronic manufacturing. But what Mr. Idriss Afina presented is also food for thought to be together about the operation of development and integrating residents in penitentiary institutions. And when we talk about development, we talk about employment and job opportunities. And for this reason, we have Mr. Mohammed Ayoub Hassoun, who is regional director of employment in the region of Rabat, Saleh and Kenitra. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. On the outset, I would like to thank the Delegate General of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, and we are pleased to take part to this workshop and to think deeply about the issue of integrating residents and to suggest operational solutions that can give birth to productive penitentiary institutions. As you all know, in our agency that is called ANAPEC, its role and mission is to be a mediator in the job market and to ease the integration, the professional integration, on basing the effort on liberal jobs or just other forms of employment, and it deploys all the tools to facilitate this operation. And in order to understand these constituents of the job market and the economic sphere and area, this agency, since long years of work, and I can say 3 or 4 years, is counting on a perspective of territoriality. It bases its strategy on finding solutions to the unemployment, starting from the territorial basis and getting to understand the particularities and the local context, territorial context, in order to suggest solutions that will match our objectives and also that will be customized to their territorial specificities. If we take the example of a penitentiary institution, it's a territorial space that is independent, and we should explore and understand in order to set a plan and a strategy that will lead to absorbing the youth after they are released from prison and to be integrated in businesses, and also to accompany them and to coach them in order to launch their own businesses or have lucrative, very small businesses. And for that reason, I will start with operational solutions at the beginning. In our agency, ANAPEC, at the national level, we are working on, in line with the penitentiary and general delegation and the Mohammed VI Foundation, to set a new plan that goes hand in hand with the present conjuncture and that relies on new tools on top of it, digitalization, and also to have a real diagnosis of the situation in Morocco and of all penitentiary institutions respectively. And the operational solution that I do suggest is to be involved in an operation that is has three aspects, and to have a consultative mission in order to identify who are the residents. We need to understand what are their skills and competencies and their needs in terms of training, technical training, or just behavioral training. How can we make a young person or a resident love learning and embrace knowledge and acquisition and go back to freedom? This is the very basis of our solution, and this is repositioning, and this is the diagnosis of the young man in his or her social and professional position, and to set a program that is operational in partnership with the resident, involving the resident, and it has to be inclusive and agreed upon with the consent of everybody in order to allow the resident to adhere in the future to that program. And it has so many dimensions, it's multifaceted. It can start with the integration of just a simple operation of integration, because usually the resident can receive a professional training and then will master a skill or a profession, and we have needs. And as you know, our agency does not confine itself to making a diagnosis of people looking for jobs, but also exploring all job opportunities on the national and regional levels by having perspective studies and provisional studies in order to understand the needs of the job market and to identify them. And those needs have to be thorough according to each sector and each profession. After identifying those needs of those young men, for example, if he has a profession or has any kind of skill after leaving the penitentiary institution, we set the link with people, the employers and people who are in need of those skills. And we can also, considering this young man probably who had a technical studies program, we coach this person with all what has to do with behavior and language, and we deal with all the tools that can develop the skills, the behavioral skills of this young man in order to enable him to have a position in the job market, because all employers, they deal and they insist on the behavioral skills, and they are of utmost importance. Having technical skills is never enough. Even if we have a professional knowledge, can never be enough. We need to have behavioral and personal skills, that we call them soft skills, because they play a very important role in integration in society and also to keep the good work. And some businesses in the field of cars and automobiles, they are complaining about the people who get employed and leave very quickly. And the real problem resides in behavior. They don't have a consistent and steady behavior. And here we are trying to address this issue. And after providing so many trainings, this turnover is decreasing, and people get long-term relationships with these businesses. And we do suggest that we increase the trainings, transformative trainings, and in line with the needs that have been identified. And you all know the job market needs are evolving over time, and any skill or profession that is required now can be obsolete and will not be demanded as before, and it is in a constant evolution. And we are counting on complementary trainings in order to enable those youth to find their right position in the job market. And we're suggesting complementary trainings, and all what we are recommending now will be implemented in terms of diagnosis and the skills capacity building and transformative training that are all required in the job market. Also, we should not forget the business field and the arena that is very important, and that can give and contribute to the wealth and job opportunities, starting from the very small businesses that are presenting services to startups and businesses that are very active at the national level, and why not at the international level. And also those fields can be explored by our special consultants to evaluate if the young man has all the skills that it takes to launch a business, or he or she has to develop those skills in order to go forward and to develop his mindset concerning and to have a business mind. There are so many workshops that are aiming at raising the entrepreneurship awareness. When we're talking about entrepreneurship, we shouldn't be intimidated. It doesn't have to do with a very detailed and thorough business plan. We can talk about any businesses that can start with 20,000 Ds and can go even further to a higher threshold. And after developing this entrepreneurship feeling and mindset, we move to through analyzing the business chains at the regional or national level to suggest some projects that can be really enriching and fruitful. Because the challenge for our youth is very well known. We all know that it's a profile problem. Can a person be a businessman? Well, the profile is usually very weak, and we have to develop it and consolidate it and enable those youth people to reach a high rate of capacity building for people to contribute. Because sometimes young people, they ask for advice, and they need the customized advice in order to launch the right business at the right time. And it's our duty within the framework of our partnership to update some of those opportunities of self-employment. And we relied on this, and it was really productive. And through liberating the value chains, and we also recommend for young people a set of projects, and they get to choose the one in which they can be productive. And we accompany those businesses within an entrepreneurship framework, because we have other partners in the whole business ecosystem that is specialized and very diverse. And I think the financing issue is not no longer a problem. All what we need is a successful project and that is sustainable and that can still survive after its creation. This is why we're thinking about what we may say the post-creation accompanying or coaching. We cannot just coach the person until the business is successful and then leave that person. We have to follow up and coach the person until he or she is in a safe shore. And this accompanying is a training and an encounter with young businessmen and also to get to know new fields of operation and business in order to enable him to overcome all the challenges and hurdles in this regard. There are a set of services that are very diverse. And according to the expectations of the young residents and their skills and abilities, and if we don't have this approach, I'm not really sure we can go far in this integration operation. We should involve the residents from the very start in a certain field or theme that he or she loves and in which they can give the best of themselves. Of course, I think that I started this discussion, and we will go to the practical part of elaborating an action plan. We're not really ambitioning to find a solution to the problem, but we will give some samples at the national level that we will later on probably widen and generalize in the field of integrating the young people and launching and creating businesses, and also to suggest solutions. I know that programs are very numerous, and there are governmental programs in the field of employment. We're talking about 1 million job opportunity. We're talking about 150 job opportunity next year's, and all those are opportunities for the residents because they are all citizens like everybody else, and they should benefit from these two fields. This is what I can say now. In terms of the operational level, I gave a real action plan that we can implement starting from tomorrow, and to set deadlines and a timeline for it. And I'm pretty sure that this work with all the partners, we can reach very fruitful results. And thank you, Mr. Mohammed Ayoub Hassoun, of course, for presenting the solutions, very important solutions for accompanying and coaching residents, starting from positioning oneself until accompanying and transforming, and also to the follow-up. Of course, this requires a business mind and a business mindset and the ability to run a business and the mechanisms of a business. And I do believe that the issue of entrepreneurship is deeply entrenched in governmental programs, especially when it has to do with funding and financing. And we have so many of opportunities for residents, especially when we're talking about employment, because there are so many institutions and businesses that are reluctant to employ a resident after the time they spend in those institutions. And I do think that businesses creation and can be a real solution for residents to be able to find their right place in society and to avoid all the hurdles of integration in society. And I move right away without further ado to listen to the approach of the Professor Abdel Aynoussi, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Peace be upon the Prophet. On the outset, I would like to thank the General Delegate of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, and the President of the University of Mohammed V for this invitation, and that allowed me to contribute to this meeting concerning university programs in its 9th edition, in its fall edition. Greetings to everybody and here present with us today in this academic meeting here in person or far from this institution, and I do have a special welcome to all the residents. Well, the theme of my speech has so many common points with what Mr. Abdelaziz Al-Rakhraqi mentioned earlier and the other speakers. And the title of this, I was inspired from the keynote of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, and to give back the integrity of residents and to have productive institutions. And we will talk about samples. I would like to talk about this topic, to tackle it from, because that is intimately related with the goal of punishment. Today, taking it from Islamic vision, the ultimate goal of punishment has two meanings. The first one has to do with the public good, and the second one to private deterrence. And here we are talking about rehabilitation. Now we are no longer in this narrow vision when we regard the inmates as enemies of society, and no, they are an integral part of society, and it is a duty of society to work on reintegrating them and to give them back their rightous place in society with dignity. And also we shouldn't forget that penitentiary institutions are public facilities that are providing services for the state, and one of those services is to reintegrate those residents. And if we regard this in an objective way, it does not represent a function that is lower than any other function in other public institutions. And also the third element has to do with this project, this very big development project in our country. And we should say that the human capital is at the backbone of those endeavors and efforts. And we are talking about human capital. We should never we should not have residents as an exception. It should be inclusive and involve all Moroccan citizens to contribute to this development. And also we have another determining factor, and the fourth one is the function of penitentiary institutions. Do we need penitentiary centers that are productive, or do we need just keep the same function of consuming institutions? And here we'll talk about the historical background that portrays that used to be productive institutions, and it served the needs and met the needs of so many other public institutions, among which the justice ministers and also the Ministry of Agriculture, and it met the needs of all those parties. Now we can talk about a second aspect, that is the international conventions and also the Islamic vision. According to the Nelson Mandela rules, we are talking about giving the penitentiary institutions two functions: security and rehabilitation. But it does not stop that our current orientation in our criminal laws should push forward to bring a third function, that is productivity, which means that we should give residents employment that is productive, and that residents should contribute and have a fruitful result of their work. and this will level up the morale and the spiritual condition of residents. But of course, as a sine qua non condition, we have to have all the right elements and the right material to reach this objective. And now we can talk about the current situation of employment and as linked to the situation of residents. We may notice that we heavily rely on a certain one type of employment performance within penitentiary institutions, and here I'm talking about direct management. Well, sometimes there is a second type, but it is not resorted to very often, and it is independent employment, and there is a very small category of residents who do this. When I talk about direct management, well, penitentiary institutions are responsible for employing those residents because the institution is in charge of all the spendings that are relating to the residents. Well, this kind of employment can be broken down into two categories. The first one within the public services, or sometimes domestic services, and here we talk about organizing the life of residents, and it has to do with cleaning, for example, and also within the units of production. And this one can be broken down into two parts: in factories, industrial factories, and also within agricultural workshops. But if we assess in an objective way the current situation of employment within penitentiary institutions, of course there is a regression within industrial factories, and we can also talk about an orientation towards eradicating the agricultural presence in our country, because the regulatory law can classify penitentiary institutions into three kinds: agricultural and two others. And this implies giving land and services to those penitentiaries, and it poses a challenge. There is a second kind, and that we don't talk about very much, is to work for the benefits of the private sector. And here we ask ourselves, why do we not call for this kind of businesses? Because it is in our laws, in our Moroccan laws. And now today we have 22 years after issuing this law without applying this law, knowing that the private sector should be a private sector that is contributing to citizenship and aware of its responsibilities. And also this situation brings us to what the General Delegation of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, in terms of efforts to give a new impetus to the work of those parties. Especially there was a memorandum of understanding with so many parties in 2016, with so many ministries and the foundation and the National Council of Human Rights. But since then we didn't have any common ground on which we can build a regulatory law concerning their job and employment. And from this perspective, we do believe that the creation of productive penitentiary institutions, we need to do that through so many scopes. The first of which, to give back dignity to the agricultural prisons. And I have always suggested this solution, and it is part of the recommendation of the National Council of Human Rights, and also the Observatory on Human Rights. And the second suggestion is to enable the private sector to contribute to the employment of residents in order to reach what we can draw as lessons from the benchmark with the British experience and other experiences. And also the necessity to improve production production units and factories and also agricultural workshops. And we shouldn't omit or discard the right infrastructures in the new penitentiary institutions in order to push forward this vision, and that goes hand in hand with the new development model, and that relies on productive institutions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. Abdel Jalil Ainoussi, who presented the real issue and controversy concerning improving the situation of penitentiary institutions and in its relation with the private sector, and also that has to do with the management of penitentiary institutions in general. And here we're talking about businesses more than anything else, and especially the businesses that are working under the auspices of business owners and unions and confederacies, and the aim here is to consolidate the feeling of citizenship. I would like to mention that in this meeting or in this university, it is followed by so many residents of penitentiary institutions, but there are so many institutions. Let me remind you of the institutions that are following this. We're talking about the penitentiary center in Kenitra and correctional center in Kaza, and in Isba, and in Ain Melul second, and in Wajda, and also in Tulal 1 and Titwan 2, and the local in Smara and Rashidia and Udaya, and also in Khuribga. And I'm quite sure that this we have so many questions and so many thoughts and ideas we can exchange, and all this is food of thought, be it here in this penitentiary institution or in other places. And I do invite you to postpone the discussion until the end in order to move straight forward to the next panel, and then we will open up to residents in some of those institutions who will be sharing with us their experiences, and then we will have a collective thinking and brainstorming about this full program. And this is one of the advantages of this program. So without further ado, I will give the floor to the institutions, the penitentiary institutions. We will have then a general discussion, of course.
سعيد جدا بتسيير.
I'm very pleased to facilitate this new panel. Of course, I have so many residents, and I'm really excited to listen to their presentations and their thoughts. And I met some of them within the framework of the University Mohammed V that organized the panel in which they participated. And I'm pretty sure that all the presentations will be an added value to our collective thinking concerning this matter. On the outset, I would like to give the floor floor to Mr. Abnabi Shaoul from the local penitentiary institution in Tawanet. Let me present him. He's a first-year PhD student in social sciences in Fez, specialized in philosophy. He has got a master's degree in political philosophy, and has got a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of India. He's a first-year English student. He's now thinking out loud from the philosophical perspective and political philosophy, and from a very scientific basis. And of course, his presentation will be an added value to this panel. Please, Mr. Abdenbi, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? On the outset, I would like to thank you and greet you all, the Delegate General of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, I'm a bit reluctant because this is the first time I'm contributing or just participating in such cultural panels that are really distinguished, and I'm greeting you all. And on this occasion, I do greet all the other residents who are following with us this panel from far, and this is an opportunity to interact with you as it has been presented by our professor. I came here from the penitentiary institution in order to interact with you concerning the new developments program and talking about the perspectives and aspirations of residents, especially in this full program that is talking about the mechanisms of integrating residents within the new development model. For me, this moment is a historical moment, and it's really emotional. I think it's like yesterday. I mean, it's 7 years ago. I was standing among so many students in the hall of Darmehraz University in Fez, talking about the aspiration and perspectives and chanting the slogans of all what we dreamt of back then. And now I'm standing here before you in this penitentiary institution, and I'm here as a prisoner, and I'm talking about my expectations and aspirations. And here I'm living with this category, and I'm trying to showcase what are our expectations and our aspirations here in this report of the new development model, and insisting on the importance of the utmost importance of involving the residents in this new fight of development. We have no other choice but contributing to this dynamic, including all residents, and to cling to the stream and to always aspire at freedom and dignity, living in dignity. And this is the title of the new development, and to have trust in the future, because this category has a very specific needs, and it is very particular. What counts here is that this category expresses its expectations and it voices its concerns in a responsible and transparent way. We do hope to have their voice heard out loud and to be responded to by humane people. In April of this year, the Commission on the new development model issued its general report that took 2 years after so many consultations and organizing public hearings and getting in touch with so many parties, and there were so many contributions by residents from different penitentiary institutions. After diagnosing the current situation in Morocco in its relation with the Morocco of tomorrow, they set a model of development within in the horizon of 2050, and this reflects all the aspirations of Moroccans, no matter what their belonging is and their social status and their gender. And this is a national charter in Morocco, and this charter is holistic and inclusive. And because of that, we need to have this report as a mirror that reflects all our aspirations and our hopes of all people in the Moroccan society. And as residents are part of this society, coming from the womb of society and not coming in a void or a vacuum, we need to include them in this work and in the aspiration to be integrated in society in a cultural, psychological and social level. And if we do not do so, they will suffer more and more, and we need to encourage them to self-fulfillment and to contribute to the wealth of the country and to be productive in general. Ladies and gentlemen, our aspirations is no different from those of other citizens in Morocco, because first of all they need to express the paradoxes that exist in Morocco. And let me express the aspirations of those residents. We have two angles. The first one, they have to do with the residents as Moroccan citizens by law and by reality de facto, and it is an integral part of the Moroccan society, and they have exactly the same aspirations as any other citizen. And this is to reach Moroccan's dignity and within in Moroccan society. And the second one, it has to do with the time that those residents spend in a very closed and limited space. And those aspirations differ according to the duration of time they will spend in those institutions. And I will insist on one point in this speech we should agree upon, is to give all the right conditions that preserve the dignity of the resident as a citizen, and to have all medical and all other facilities and to really be equipped. And as Mr. Abadi expressed, this is the heaviest variable in this equation. And also we need to impose preschooling or primary schooling, and just to fight illiteracy and to continue training for all residents. Of course, we do not impose, but there should be a law that protects them and that equips them with knowledge and skills, because this is the key to change and social integration and to have their right place in society. And the third is to the quick implementation of all the reforms, especially that we have very overcrowded prisons, and we have consequences. And as the Delegate General of Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration mentioned this point, and also to raise the number of residents who are benefiting from authorizations, exceptional authorizations for benefiting from programs, and also to rely on the good behavior of residents in order to get those authorizations. And behavior is a real impediment for so many residents, and they should have the support of those institutions in order to be integrated back again in society. And fourth is to rehabilitate the infrastructures of the penitentiary institutions, and this should go hand in hand with the rising number of residents. For example, we find a student, well, he spent a long duration of time, but he's always in the same section. Why? Because he's not married. But this confines the scope of evolution of this resident, and this is why we should give those residents more opportunities in order to evolve. and more space, and not to categorize residents or go into a stiff and rigid system of categorization, but it should be flexible and it should rely on the good behavior and then the adherence to those programs. And the Ministry of Education should also contribute and give scholarships, especially for the master's degree and the PhD students, and to coordinate with all parties in order to allow students to work on internet and to make their research and to keep their knowledge fed constantly, and to draw benefit from all the new researches and studies in the field. And because if we don't have signal, we can't just keep being in touch anymore. And also to create a research center within the penitentiary institution in which scholars coming from universities will be contributing in order to develop the educational level of residents. And also the government should develop mechanisms of bringing activities to residents. There should be sport activities and other activities in order to keep residents busy and working on something positive to rehabilitate those residents for the post-incarceration period. And last but not least, and I do insist on this, is to prepare a program of awareness that will target all residents. And this is not just we should not, it should work on the mindset of people, because it is well known the culture of penitentiary institutions, well, it does impact residents and people get impacted and their mindset changes. But we need to open horizons away from this rigid and set mindset and to give them more opportunities and immunity, ideological immunity, not to fall within radicalization and other forms of negativity, and to avoid this destructive religious empathy, but instead of that, just to encourage the evolution of knowledge. And these are all expectations and aspirations that are shared by so many residents. There are so many scholars and scholar residents, and if we implement this, well, the fruit of which will be generalized and all residents will benefit from it, in order to get rid of the stigma and stereotype concerning the residents. Well, those demands are not really costly, and they can be implemented easily because they are an integral part of the human rights culture, and all the parties within the government can help, and they will benefit from this category of residents who are really willing to change their positions, and they are working on changing their lives and acquiring new skills and knowledge that will contribute to the social evolution as a whole. So let's give an opportunity to those residents. And those residents, and they are a set of people who have common objectives, common life, and it's very simple, and they are suffering, they have the same sufferings, and they have the same crisis, and there is prevalent in a penitentiary institution. And here we should wonder, how can we integrate those people within the penitentiary institution? Because sometimes integration can be willingly or unwillingly done. And here, when we're talking about deprivation from freedom, we lose freedom of choosing. And so he's dependent, contingent on the decision of the decision maker. And starting from this operational approach, I do aspire, and as long with so many other inmates and residents, to change this population from being just consuming to a productive population, and that contributes to the economic growth in Morocco, and who is well aware of its responsibilities in terms of development at the national level. And this is how we can make of the resident a positive player who will be contributing in society in every aspect, and we go here to the heart of the matter. How can we make of the time that prisoners or residents spend from a time of consumption to a time of productivity? And here, this is an open question to everybody. It is food for thought. And here we can talk about manual work or just intellectual work. And here we can work in agricultural fields, or we can give the right legal framework for intellectual work. And here we can talk about all the equipment that have to do with the pandemic, and this project brought about self-sufficiency for the population during the time of the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, integrating the residents in the process of development in all its fields is one of its aspirations, and it is part of the development, but there are so many challenges and hindrances, one of which is the problem of how we portray residents in society that impedes the growth and evolution of residents. And here, people who elaborated the development model, well, resident youth, sometimes they are looked down upon. And here we're talking about people outside the prison. So what about people who are within the walls of the penitentiary institutions? Here we're talking about stigmatizing, stereotyping, and looking down on residents, and to have cliches. We should have some distance from this mindset, and we should have a different mindset and give opportunities to those residents, because we shouldn't judge residents only because they were offenders once, and we should be always dealing with them with precaution. No, we should give them an opportunity, and they should be included in this new development model within the larger framework of freedom for all and recognition, because we're talking about recognition. Where is it? And this category, well, it can't bear it anymore to be stigmatized, to be looked down upon in society. No, life in penitentiary institutions, and here I'm talking about the development model. We talked about the human capital. Residents are human capital, but should be included in the economic growth. In this context, the report insisted on capacity building of the human capital, and here we should reconsider how do we deal with this capital, because knowledge acquisition are really determinants in this fight against all the hindrances against residents. And we should embrace technology, and we should rely on the power of and the manpower of residents, because they will be soldiers of tomorrow that will cope with the fight for contributing in the economic growth. And at the end, we will have a resident that will not represent a burden for his family and for society. And this is an invitation that I'm directing to all residents in Morocco. I'm inviting you all to read, and to make the time you are spending within these walls is an opportunity to read, because this is civilization. And we readers, they read in order to contribute to change, to bring about change, in order to contribute to transformation, in order to resist illiteracy, in order to resist stigma. Let's read. Let's read in order to live the life we choose, and to live for our dreams, because by reading we are opening up to all other cultures. And no matter what is the religion of a human being, we do believe that an open identity is more entitled to resist and to be resilient more than any closed identity. Let's read, fellow inmates, fellow residents. let's read in order to have a mind that will be open with a critical mind, that and with the hope to reach justice and to be right and to feel that we are alive. If you don't read, you will be just dead. This is the only opportunity for you to become somebody else and to achieve your goals. Let's read and let's acquire knowledge in order to contribute along with all other fellow Moroccan citizens in order to pave the way for implementing all our dreams and making them come true. So what I'm afraid of, and what we are all afraid of, is to have very big dreams without being able to make them true. Within our Moroccan society, let's read and write and resist in order to live in a country without penitentiary institutions. And let's remember the words of Jahid, ideas have wings and wings fly. And thank you very much.
سي عبد النبي شعور كنت متيقن
Thank you, Mr. Abn Bishar, and I was sure that your intervention would be full of thoughts, and of course what I have retained from what you have said is the knowledge immunity that questions the whole society in general, and we should also quest the civil society for this immunity that makes us proud of many things. At the same time, we should also be aware and to focus on different things, and this among of them the digital era they were entering and all the societies that have penetrated, starting with the COVID pandemic. Of course, if it's true to say, we were obliged to enter to this digital era, and also including other penitentiary institutions that benefited essentially from all of that. I would like also to salute you for pointing to this difference between integrating and acting to integrate. When we're talking about integration, should not be a power that integrates. It must be a free choice for people to integrate within the society. I would like to thank you for this intervention that benefited all of us present here. I would like to go directly to Mr. Abdelwahab Ramdani. He's from the local prison of Ras Al Ma Fas. And I would like to present you Mr. Abdelwahab Ramdani. He is a research student in the third year of PhD and in Fas, and he has masters in philosophy, mediating epistemology, and he has a BE degree, and his intervention would not be anything than just great. Thank you, my professor. I would like to thank the people attending here with all my utmost and sincere thanks to different students in different in different penitentiary institutions that are following up with us this session. I won't take much of your time, and of course, my intervention is about the aspirations and expectations of the residents within the framework of this new development model, which is a way of thinking starting from a reality that we live in, that all the solutions, if they were not built on a real society, they would lose meaning and it would not succeed in the future. And based on that, I would start with the position of the residents within this framework of the development model, either initiatives or suggestions, and also a question of expectations and aspirations, and attempt to answer all of these. I would like to start to specify the meaning of an inmate as an entrance to the whole topic in general. I do not give the definition of an inmate as a human being who lives within this penitentiary institution, but a person who has a history of religious background, spiritual background, cultural background, etc. He is a human being who has behind him different settings of relations between him and his environment. And based on that, the famous quote of Nelson Mandela: "If you want to know the truth of a nation, you check their penitentiary the institutions." And based on that, I would like to start or to state that the prison is a reflection of the society. As a function, the prison must not be taken based on must not be understood on a non-functional basis, but more a social economic basis. It is a link between different types of people that are part of these link, and this link would result different people. Why would I take this approach? For all of the time we are linking the prison to the social economic environment. This approach or this talk in this level alone would only give us a mono approach of a one-sided approach. We have an environment, and how can we integrate the resident in it? But the prison would allow us to start an exchange. Before we talk about the resident we are planning to integrate, we have to discuss what are the particularities, what are the specific things that are in this community. And I think that this approach would be the only way to give a holistic and an inclusive answer to the aspirations of the residents. Thus, before prison, there is an environment. But what are the characteristics of this environment? I will just give one answer. The page 25 of the general report of the new development model, that according the statistics, that the number of youth that are not in schools, not in trainings, not employed is 4.3 million. And this number alone, we should scrutinize it and the different meanings that it means. It's a very young category of people. The number of 4,003,000 of young people that are not trained nor employed, and we know that the characteristic of this category, they were more pushed to look for a meaning for their existence. So what are we expecting from all of that? This alone would allow us to read the whole context. The crisis of the educational system and the dropping out from school and the inability of this society to afford and to provide opportunities. And we're talking also about the crisis of values in the society. School is important to build the values, to help the person be open to other societies on a cultural, social, and religious aspect. We understand the notion of this tool that produce this category, and I'm skeptical when it comes to calling these people criminals. But this is the result of this tool and this mechanism. And within all of these suggestions, we have to start from scientifically from look at the sources of these criminals between quotes, and how can we reduce the number of these residents. And the proof of all of what I'm saying is as the escalating number of the residents. And I move now to the penitentiary space, which I would talk about by citing the characteristics of this category. We cannot talk about this topic if we're not talking about overpopulation. Overpopulation, which is the first impediment to any initiative or to any access of the residents to their rights. Overpopulation impedes any other mechanisms of development, such as health, education, etc. In general, we're following the discussions in this related to this question, and temporary detention as an essential part of this problem. And I link it to the first problem, which is stopping the machine that produce this number of residents. We're talking again about youth being a large part of all the residents and different institutions. All of them had no skills of reading or writing, if not to say they were illiterate. And to make sure they are contributing to the whole society, we have to start from providing education. Another question is that a large part of the residents are from marginalized category of the community. This would be enough for this part, and I would go to the question of aspirations and expectations. I think that the question of aspirations and expectations, without steering away, is an answer to the other questions asked before. How to answer the other previous questions, how to identify or how to stop the sources of criminality, how to make from this human being throughout this transitional period, how can we allow the person to be not a person who is stigmatized, but a person who is seen as an active member. And the first thing to do that, the first solution is education. And I'm quoting Victor Hugo, who says that creating schools is closing a prison. This is a quote that sums up the whole situation. Thus, we have to be aware that the nature of prison, there is vocational training. In all of it, there are qualifying trainings. Not much about other different sectors like engineering, technicians. If there is a categorization of training certain people according to their levels of school. And this is an approach that is applied in different countries as well. And we are witnessing a transition in the world. We have a great existential debate. The future of the human being in light of artificial intelligence. What's the future of the human existence in light of this digital development? We were witnessing that. And the period of time that a person spends on the digital world is not the same time or the same amount of time they are spending with their families. These are existential questions that are posed. And I'm quoting Stephen Hawking in 2014. He already foretold that about the future of human beings versus the machine, that human beings should adapt to this new environment where the machine is governing. These faculties, the human being faculties, if not used, they would die off. There will come one day within this era of digitalization in which a human being, an individual, would not be adapted to this whole transition. There must be a resistance to pursue your studies in a master's and PhD. Even in universities, we have this look, and this is a stigma that is, I would not approach this person. I would not allow them to be enlisted in masters or PhD programs, and I personally have an experience with that. And we have this Muhammad Professor Muhammad with us, who is aware of all of this. Thus, the qualification should be about the abilities and the skills more than just the stigmatization of the residents. And also the question of scholarships. And I'll give you a statistic. I am allowed to get a scholarship, but I don't get it. I don't have it. By de jure I have it, by de facto I don't. I wish the Minister of Higher Education were present with us today to ask him this question. And again, another question is access to research laboratories. All the question that I'm talking about today, how to stop criminality, how to, all of this must be under the scope or treated within an educational framework to give this category access to integrate or to take part in research. This from one side. On the other side, there is an experience in different institutions. Students of masters and PhD, they collaborate together. Why not this initiative become more organized, and these students, these resident students, can be teachers as well? This would be a great chance for them to be integrated into the teaching as a career. Because this category that does a lot of effort to be part of this sector, they must be rewarded. We're talking about the resident who has been allowed different tools to develop themselves, but to what environment we are releasing them? Is it an environment that is developed? Is it an environment that is better than the pertinent than the institution, and this problem has worsened. Whether the environment we are releasing the inmate to has gone better or has gone worse. And always the problem is being stigmatized. If there is a crime that has its own characteristic, social media, what does is it only attacks the person without being aware of the impact of the words and what they're saying on the other person, on the resident, on the person who committed the crime. Why not having initiatives that would regain the dignity of the resident? Because one would commit the crime and the attack on the social media would attack the whole people. Some have been sent to prison by mistake, and there are a great proportion of these residents who are of high degrees, etc., but they were sent to the prison. Again, another question, how the state and the society is contributing to all of that. The resident has gone out, has been released, and now they must be integrated integrated in the system. They would request a certain paper that states his criminal background. And there are different periods of time for felonies or for misdemeanor and for crimes. And to get that paper that states your background check, it would affect, because all of this does not end by the day the resident goes out from the prison, but it stays there in their history, and this would impede their reintegration into the society or whether they would like to apply for a certain job. I would like to conclude with another point. The philosophy of punishment has been seen through different and new and modern lenses, which is punishment that is related to entering to the efficacy of the punishment, and how can we change the duration of the detention from one that is wasted to one that can be used in the production and be of positive production. We must regard the resident as a machine of production. And in this regard, I think and I assume that the question or that prisons should include factories. This would be of benefit to the residents who have been released, because these factories would be an extension of other factories outside the institutions. Why I take that as essential? Because it has relation to all of what I've seen before, what I've said before. The notion of economy, it's not just a static notion, but it is related to other sectors and domains. In criminology and sociology, there is an alignment and there is a relationship between the employment rate and the increase of crimes. Another thing, work is compensated with a salary. and a salary is not consumed all of it. It must be saved up. The savings, these savings would lead to investment. Investment, this from an economic viewpoint, but talking about a social viewpoint is a resident in a prison would not just sit there inactive, lazy, if we might to say it this way. In this viewpoint, a salary would yield a new mindset, a mindset that would be thinking of establishing a family, household. So how all of this, starting from a whole dynamic of economy would establish all of these thinkings. And I would like to extend my thanks to everyone here, and thank you everyone. Thank you, Said Luhab Ramdani, who posed a very Ramadi. I'm sorry for Said Luhab Ramadi, excuse, who posed within this panel the aspirations and expectations of residents in light of the new development model through an approach that has taken insights from different topics and considered that different residents of the penitentiary institutions are largely from the youth, and this is a huge problem that must be solved. And how can we protect our youth and our younger people? This in relation to the previous topic we've talked about, knowledge immunity. And thank you for this presentation. I would just like to highlight that these two topics are related and are tackling the question of values. We're lucky that we have present with us Professor Said Benis, who is preparing an introduction to these two topics. And I would move to Mustafa Addi from Qanitra local prison, and it's not his first time that he's taking part in different programs, and he has been part of different programs organized by University of Muhammad V. I would like to present him to you, Mr. Mustafa Addi. He's a philosophy teacher in the institution of Trablis. He is an owner of a company, a BA in philosophy, BA in French, and a master's in law studies. And I'm pretty sure that his approach would be of great insight to all the interventions that have been stated before. Go on, Mr. Mustafa.
Greetings to everybody on the outside. I would like to thank Mr. Abdel Razak Raqraqi for being too patient with us, and I would like to thank the General Delegate of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, ladies and gentlemen, and delegates, brothers and sisters, residents. I quote Nietzsche. In illness, we find the answer when we can't respond or meet the needs or what is asked from us. And when I talk about the penitentiary institution, we have the answer when we want to fulfill our duties. In a modern country, in a modern state, we do not talk about the population and the government. These are not the only determining factors, but it is also determined by administering its margins. And I would say that these walls made us think about how to adapt and how to feel society, and we are really honored by the general delegation of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, in which so many residents contribute to this work, and the access of this session is part of this process, and it is a continuous process. And we derive its efficiency from this tradition. And as we noticed in the report on the development report, well, human capital is a determining factor in leveling up citizenship. And within the framework of this new model, the human capital has a special place. And the General Delegation of Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration is in charge of managing thousands of citizens who are under the rule of law. And so it has so many duties, and that has to do with the protection of society from crimes, and also to rehabilitate the residents in order to prevent repeating crimes. And this implies so many efforts and coaching and coping and follow-up on a daily basis, and also a real monitoring in respect of the basic principles of human rights. Before tackling the core of this issue, allow me to mention a few observations first. Well, the general national environment, there is a feeling of trust where everybody is mobilized at the horizontal and vertical level. And we here talk about historical moments like the revolution of the people and the king, and the march of the people, and also this pandemic gave the commission that was responsible for the new development model to give birth to have some kind of ownership of these historic events, and to trace and pave the way for an operational way, and through conciliation and equity and conciliation, there is a workshop of social justice by listening to people and reconciliation. Fourth, there are so many different views as to how we can implement this model, but this shouldn't impact all citizens, but we should capitalize on this report to launch new workshops and initiatives. Well, the strategy of integration that is adopted by this institution finds itself so many challenges. For instance, there is a high number of residents in those institutions, and that represents pressure for the institution because the resources are very limited, and the institutions don't have the means to cope with all those categories. And also there are so many people who suffer psychological problems, and this requires a double effort in order to integrate before talking about reintegration, and also to raise awareness within the residents, and also to develop the knowledge, paving the way for a better rehabilitation. To be able to control all those flows of people is a priority for the penitentiary institutions, and we can meet this need by having a new law, issuing a new law and implementing alternative laws, and also to implement and to widen the scope of the release on probation, and also to fight crimes through in the marginalized sectors, and also to give the youth an opportunity within a socio-cultural projects that will enable them in terms of art, and this in collaboration with all the constituents of civil society. Or the sufferings within these walls are exacerbated by unemployment and lack of productivity, and residents lose confidence, especially when they feel that they represent a burden on the shoulders of their families, and they become contingent on help, and this even deepens the crisis for those residents, and sometimes they just lose sight of the importance of reintegration. Providing employment for all capable and able residents will enable them to contribute to the economic growth and to change the stigma concerning residents, and also to encourage this human capital in order to protect the dignity of the residents, and also to consolidate relations between all citizens alike, and to build this human capital that is immaterial. And also, in order to guarantee the success of this operation, we can rely on the following procedures: to outline trainings and to implement the successful experiences within penitentiary institutions for a certain category of residents, and also to implement other projects within penitentiary institutions, especially in terms of manufacturing, and also to widen the scope of public services that is suggested by the new development model to include the youth, and it will be an expression of this new orientation towards providing an inclusive society where nobody's left behind, and encouraging those categories to open up to other entities will enrich the whole economy by the participation of those residents, and will also fight exclusion and discrimination. And also it will consolidate this approach. We should provide residents by the right of vote, because they will give them more power. And in line with the report of the new development model, we have so many projects by public actors, and to institutionalize the university programs in the penitentiary institutions will enable more radiation of knowledge, and will generalize knowledge acquisition for all residents, and will immune them against all the radicalization speeches. Well, the success of those penitentiary institutions cannot be achieved unless we reconsider the traditional mindsets that are impeded by a stigma and stereotypes that stem from the traditionalist view from society, and all this under the high leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for Mr. Mustafa Addi for this presentation, and that I will keep in my mind and in my heart of a statement: in prison there lies the answer. And so many changes that the society is witnessing and that is aspiring to, probably we can find the answers to those aspirations within the penitentiary institutions. And all what has been presented by Mr. Addi is veering towards collective thinking about suggestions of a new launch of the penitentiary institution. I thank him very much for all the ideas he shared with us and contributed by it, and I do thank the two brothers, Sabluab Ramadi and Mr. Abdin Bishaul. Of course, now I give the floor to Now, dear professors, join us. All the speakers who participated in the previous panel, please join us in order to have all parties participating in this debate. And of course, we will start now a new phase, and this phase will be built on an interaction between people from within the walls of the penitentiary institutions, because we have so many models of qualified people and successful initiatives within those institutions in Morocco. And then we will witness the contribution and participation of 6 penitentiary institutions, and we will have residents who will be asking questions, and then I will mention them before starting the debate and opening the floor for discussion. And here I will mention them. And here I'm talking about the Kenitra institution, Hudaya institution, Rashidiya institution, Tulal 1 institution, Khuribga institution, and Smara institution, which means there are 6 institutions that will be taking part to this debate and will be contributing to this discussion with their different ideas, and will probably comment on the different speeches, and this will be intercomplementary between what has been said by the professors and the residents. And I do think that this collective thinking will be crowned by all the speeches from all parties. And here we are taking a resident from Kenitra who will present or ask his question. Please, Munaim Wadi, the floor is yours. Please, my question is, talking about the findings of new development model, don't you think that the employment of the residents by creating industrial units will facilitate their integration after they are being released? Don't you think so? And thank you, Mr. Abdelmanem Wadi. And now we move to the prison of Vodaya. And of course, the resident Radwan Mujal, if he's present, please, the floor is yours. Mr. Radwan, greetings to all. My question is about, given the challenges that face the residents, and they are very diverse, what are the latest in terms of integration that is brought about by this new development model, and how can you limit these challenges? Thank you, Mr. Radwan. And now we go to the institution of Rashidiyya. And Mr. Imran Mustafa will ask a question. Please, the floor is yours. Greetings, Imran Mustafa from Warzazat. Well, the issue of values is a thorny issue. How can we reach development knowing that there is a limitation of values within society? Especially that values are among the foundations upon which nations are being built, as Mr. Benis mentioned earlier. Thank you very much, Mr. Emlwen. And now we move to the institution of Tulal 1 and Mr. Mohammed Azbakh. The floor is yours. Greetings. My question is, we can regard the development model, the new one, and the resident, the citizen who is a resident, is looking at this from within the walls. So how can we assess the resident as a major human capital that can contribute to development? And now we'll give the floor to the institution of Khuribga with Mr. Harbi Nasser. Harbit Nasser. Hello, everybody. I'm talking from Khuribga. I've got a bachelor's degree in law. as you know, all citizens, they do feel that they are involved in this new development model, and everybody is wishing to contribute to the building of the new Morocco. But as you know, when we have a criminal record, it does have an impact, and one of the problems for rehabilitation is to regain dignity. Did you think about having a mechanism to attend to this issue and to be able to reintegrate residents? And finally, we go to the institution of Smara with Mr. Afoun Ayoub. Hello, everybody. My name is Ayoub from the institution of Smara. My question is, well, do the legal mechanisms allowed by the new development model can allow indeed reintegration? Thank you all, and of course we will go back to address all those questions, and I will give the floor first to the professors, and then I'll give the floor to all the other brothers in order to have the whole picture. Thank you very much for all those interactions concerning the definition or the concept of the values that are very limited or restricted. I wanted to give a description of what happens in society, especially when it has to do with hatred and abuse and violence and xenophobia. And well, here this concept is to describe not only a crisis of values, as I mentioned, but also there's some kind of values restrictions and containment, and those values are being contained. And exactly as we talk about global warming, we have heat that is restricted, we have the same feelings and values that are very limited in space and time, and those aspects of violence that are outside the walls of the penitentiary institutions, we should address them by what we have suggested first as through a soft approach, by working on coexistence and diversity, which are the foundations of the power of the Moroccan kingdom. And because Morocco is composed of Amazighs and Arabs and people from Reef, and we should seize the opportunity and capitalize on all those constituents in order to address those deviances and those problems. And here we should not regard the penitentiary institution as, I mean, it should have a function to find a solution to this stalemate. We should go out of this stalemate and move forward and reconstruct the values. As we know, in so many experiences we work on values. It doesn't have to do with the material skills, but also to change the mindset and to work on the symbolic values, where we mention citizenship and loyalty, and all those values are now, given the transformations that are undergoing our societies now, are talking about slang words like to get rid of those thoughts and to have a positive law-abiding citizen. We should work on values and all what is really solid, and to provide people with trainings and skills, and to empower people, especially to work with them on values, because this will be a turning point in our history, and without it there will be an imbalance and disequilibrium. And we shouldn't have young people who are a human capital that has flaws and cannot contribute to development, but instead of that, we should build a real human capital that is able to bring their own added value to society. So this is why we should think about values in order to be able to reintegrate residents. And concerning the relationship between development and the human capital, we, as the lesson drawn from the human capital, education is pivotal. But when we talk about education, it should have criteria that determine its quality, and people should not be passive consumers and just we deal with it without having a critical mind. We should aspire at an education that is built on critical mind and to have a critical eye. And this is why we need an influencer, an influential actor that will be really playing a role in society, and not an entity that will be just executing, but no, somebody who has the potential to push forward development and to be a real actor in society in order to ensure a transformation for Morocco and to have more confidence in the institutions of the country. And this is why we should insist on the quality of education. And we are not talking about the quantity, but we're talking about quality. And thank you, Mr. Said, for Mr. Said. And he's always asking very relevant and deep questions concerning values and identity and culture. And just to mention, Morocco subscribed after the findings of the 1993 Vienna conference to democracy and human rights, and Morocco is fully committed in this vein. And now I give the floor to Mr. Mohamed Ayoub Hassol, the Director of Employment, the General Director in Rabat, Salih and Kenitra, in order to interact with the residents and in order to interact with all the participants. Thank you. Indeed, I do think that what has been said is values and behaviors, and also not to rely solely on what is hard, but also on soft skills. And as I mentioned, all the employers now, especially the businesses that's well structured, they do monitor in a serious way this value. I mean, it's not enough to be a good technician, but we should have the right behavior and skills and the soft skills in order to be really productive in those businesses. And we should work on that in a very serious way, and we should coordinate between all the parties, because this is a very important aspect, because it has an impact and usually it has a very strong impact on the whole society. It's not enough to train people in certain fields and discard all what is behavioral and related to values. We need to communicate, and as I said, this is at the core of our priorities, and we should not discard it, and we cannot postpone it or cancel it until a certain age. We should start working on it from the very beginning and whenever it is possible. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. And now I give the floor to Mr. Abdeljalil Ailousi to interact with the presentations, or if he has any comments or questions concerning this issue.
Thank you. Of course, there are two questions about employment of inmates and their criminal record. Concerning employment today, related to the international profile or how to provide work. And also the direction of employment, talking about the criminal law and related to different institutions and laws. The state is not always a good maker or a good businessman, and it cannot always be held responsible for providing employment to everyone. We must be aware that the private sector is always seeking a profit, and a prison is not paying the taxes of electricity, of water. Thus, the state is the one paying all of these expenses. And that's why there must be a partnership between the state, the state and these private sectors. There is not a relationship, there is not a lawful relationship between private sectors and the inmates or the residents. The challenge is one that we wish today that we start to have industrial units within the walls of these prisons, because Mr. Abdul Wahab has mentioned a positive point that within these institutions that we have other problems that happen or that that face the residents after their release. They continue the same work after they are released. So the problem of criminal record is not one that is posed. And I recall from a conference I've attended, there was a word that one of the inmates has said is like, I've been released from a small prison and I've been sent out to a bigger prison, a prison that has stigmatized me. And I think the question or the challenge today is one that is related to providing solutions to all of these problems that is related to the law, that is law related. And we have with us the coordinator of Foundation Mohammed VI of rehabilitation, and the suggestion that the National Council of Human Rights has adopted is how to find a solution for this challenge and to hopefully find solutions and expected outcomes, and to link it to other interventions of other colleagues who have intervened. The problem of education, especially the master degree. But Mr. Ramadi, there are problems that are posed on teachers themselves and responsibles on the masters, and these people, Mr. Bouzlafa, you know the problem. There are marks that are related to the prisons, and now we're talking about a new era of education, which is remote learning. And we will find a future solution for all the problem that is related to the residents who find issues in attending the classes of the masters. Because there is a 40% of the mark that is related to the prisons. Because it is related to the master's degree. And we have, in our faculty, we focus on this side, and we have, the topic was to how to prevent torture. And we hope that you have a chance to attend this thesis. It will be an international, we're talking about a topic that is, even on an international scale, it is being recognized. And thank you. Thank you, Saad Al-Jalil. And just before I give the word to other colleagues with me, there is another question that is posed within a Moroccan society. Mr. Saeed, maybe in the future you might be part of a thesis that would talk about the forgiveness of the Moroccan society. Why there is not an aspect of forgiveness within the society? why when a certain person gets into the prison, we don't ask the questions of why. We just stigmatize, we label them, and that's it. And that's a great question that I wish that people would tackle this topic, academics and professionals. And I would now talk to Mr. Abdelnabi Sharoul. I would like to hear from you, to interact with other interventions of other residents and also other presentations of other teachers. Thank you, everyone. I would just like to interact with the one question that is, or the one topic that is related to values restrictions. There are many values that start from the society and they are extended to the prison. Hatred, stigmatization, and different values that are a result of a whole state. And to fight these values that call for violence, the delegation, the general delegation or the general delegate is doing a lot of its effort to establish programs of reconciliation. But my intervention is to have a national program of eliminating the whole topic in general, the whole question and the whole challenge. The right is guaranteed for everyone, but in different levels and different labels. A right with religious label, a right with economic label, etc. The rights are the same, but they're labeled differently. If we open a space for communication, for writing, to express themselves, that would allow them to get out what's inside the realm of thinking of this resident. And these aspects of the outcomes and the whatever the resident is producing are manifested in the report of the new development model. And now we're trying to reduce the gaps, to build the trust of this resident, because the society still needs you. Your circumstances of entering the prisons are not essential. What matters is the values, not only values of being temporarily saved, but we want a permanent impact that would impact the society. Many people would say that this person, a person X, has been in a certain prison, and when they came out, they continued on their behavior. Do we agree to this social upbringing? Isn't it a result of a whole holistic social impact? And it's just a reflection of it. And how can we find or encourage a social change that would regard the prison differently? And there are programs, and we have, for example, the most dangerous criminals. And we pay the taxes for TV, and we watch in certain programs that would keep the stigma, because it explains the process of committing the crime. So how people would be different, regarding when they regard and when they see a criminal or a resident. Why don't we focus on other things, reading a book, praying, and other things? We want a project that is modern, that would create hope. And thank you, Sir Abdelnabi. I would give the floor to Mr. Abdelwahab Ramadi to take part of this panel. Thank you, everyone. in general, the questions have taken two directions. The criminal record, what I want to highlight is that values restrictions are not only inclusive to the prison, but there are people outside the prison who have values restrictions. And one example is the phenomena of routine اليومي, which is a proof of how the media is impacting the people and how the people are disseminating their values and in the social media. This resident is a vital component to share awareness, and he needs education to live, to work, to function, to use all the brain faculties you need to be fed. And we have an example from the prison of Ras Al Ma in Fas. We had teachers and professors who provided books, and Professor Bouzlafa, he more than 1,400 PhD and different theses who have been an added value to the library there. And every inmate had the right to take a book. You sign up for that, you get a book, and you read it, or the thesis as well. Now there is a mindset of learning. The other direction is the criminal record. I want to give an example. If we ask a person, what is your opinion about the apartheid system or about racial discrimination? Of course, everyone would say, I'm against it. But this discrimination is implemented in different things. When people are asking you, if you don't have this or that, you are not allowed to do this or that. And this is discrimination itself. If you have a criminal record that is failed, it means you are being discriminated against based on that. And we have the example of Muhammad Yunus, the founder of microfinancing, on which he got the Nobel Prize. He went to the suburbs and he challenged the traditional banking system. If you don't have guarantees, if you don't have anything that would guarantee that you would pay the money back, you would not take the loan. And this is discrimination in a different setting. And this Yunus, he started giving loans based on trust. There are no limits or no conditions to get the loans from his bank. Microfinance he's the leader of microfinance in the world. So this question of trust and accountability. The inmate or the resident must raise the slogan of no to criminal record and yes to the skill and the qualifications. And this would be the direct result of all of the things. And not to forget, I would just talk about harsh conditions. There are different ways of stigmatizing people. There is a notion that started, or that was born with the society. Would we heal the patient with healing his problem or killing him? Of course, brain is logic. Thus, to heal the patient, we should heal the disease. And that's the same analogy that could apply on the case of the inmates. It is the question of qualification, of readiness to be reintegrated into the society. And I'm sorry for taking much. Thank you, Saad Louhab, and I agree that in Morocco and on an international scale that there is a discrimination. was adopted in 1965, and this convention that Morocco has adopted and ratified, that there are different behaviors in the society that regard the inmate and the resident after their period of detention. They always regard them, they belittle them, and this itself is discrimination. You have shared with us a very essential thing, that we should not talk about development without talking about human rights, democratic human rights. And today, what's being done to the inmates must be called discrimination, and those people who commit it, who perpetrate it, must be aware of what they're doing. Thank you, Saad Louhab. And I move to Mr. Mustafa Addi to interact with us.
I have a few observations. Thank you very much. And I join my voice to the voice of Said Benis concerning the values stalemate, and it has to do with the system of values that is an immaterial product that we can say is a knowledge product, and any knowledge in any society and is the product of the state, and the state produces this system of values and set of values in order to not to fall in the trap of analyzing something that is irrelevant. We should regard the penitentiary institution as something that is constantly changing, and in Morocco prisons used to produce so many very good values that liberated the country, the nation from the colonizer. There are so many minds, brave minds in Morocco that were detained, and well, the operation of producing values within the walls of penitentiary institution is also the result of the state's efforts. So now the authority or the power of knowledge is very important in shaping human beings, and the more we control knowledge, we control the people who have knowledge. And now when we talk about the new development model, and there is one aspect that we discarded: what citizens do we want for this country and for this nation? If we determine, if we address this issue, we'll have contributed to the creation of a new modern leading country exactly as we wish it to be. And thank you very much. Thank you for all the professors, and thank you the residents who shared their experiences with us, and all the organizers and officials who, just to mention, there are 150 residents who've been following with us this meeting, and along with so many other officials in those institutions. Now I give the floor for the concluding words to Mr. Benissa. Thank you very much for all the professors and the president of the meeting for facilitating this meeting, and I thank you all, and especially to the professors for their speeches, especially Mr. Said Benis and Mr. Mustafa Fakkak, who participated with us in Madris Fina, and Ayub Hassoun and Abdel Jalil Ainusi, along with all the residents of the penitentiary institutions who took part in the second panel that had to deal with the aspirations and expectations of the new development model. I would like to mention that the institutions that have been following us and the workings of this program are 11, and they have the right to interact with us, along with the live streaming of this meeting on YouTube in 3 languages: French, English, and Arabic. And also there are so many other residents who've been following this program and the interaction with all the professors, and as we always do, I do, Mr. Adi, to say some words on behalf of the residents who have been participating in this session. Greetings. Mr. Delegate General of Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and all officials within the General Delegates, brothers and sisters, residents. This university program celebrates its fifth session in an atmosphere of interaction and pride of belonging to this country, and we do extend our thank to all the organizers, but we can never thank enough all the organizers for this great program, because we are well aware of all the sacrifices and the commitment and the attention and the participation of all the people who made sure that this event is successful. And also we have more ambitions thanks to this program, and we are really thirsty to these values and of the generosity of this project. Mr. Delegate General, your mission reached its aims, and this cannot be done without the weakest links, which are the residents. So organizing this university, it's a space of hope, and it is a space for interaction and light at the end of the tunnel, and the source of values. I extend my thanks to you and to the team, the working team, and all the people who contributed to organizing this event. And with all feelings of pride, I would like to ask you, Mr. Delegate General, Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, on behalf of myself and my fellow residents, to present a message to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, and the marks of our allegiance, and hoping and that you will be always living in prosperity for him and for all the members of the royal family. And thank you very much. Thank you, Resident Mustafa Addi, for these nice words on behalf of the other residents. And I ask Mr. Bouzlafa, the President of the Scientific Committee, to read the final release on this session. Peace be upon the Prophet. Ladies and gentlemen, under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, we held this meeting in person and from far here in the penitentiary institution about the inclusion of residents in light of the new development model. And the entities participated, or people, the Minister of Education and Research, and also the representative of the New Development Model Commission, and also the representative of the Judicial Authority, and also Mr. Wali of General Director of the Territorial Affairs, and also the Secretary General of the National Council on Human Rights and the coordinator of the Foundation Mohammed VI for the integration of residents. The opening speech knew the participation of so many ambassadors and representatives from sectors, public and private sectors, and also experts and scholars and activists from civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, we launched the workings of this session and we stood up listening to the national anthem, and then we listened to the speech of Mr. Salah Tamak, in which he welcomed all the guests and the participants in the 9th session that is organized under the high patronage of His Majesty. The Delegate General mentioned the historical background of this penitentiary institution since 2016 and all the diverse topics, and also the value of all the participants, and which makes this penitentiary institution get the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. Starting from the 6th session, he was merciful, and thanks to his orientation we continued this work. And as Mr. the Delegate General said, we were honored by this patronage, and it triggers more work in this vein. And also the Delegate General assured that the penitentiary institution will contribute to the work of the new development model by elaborating a paper about penitentiary institutions, and also we have a vision that takes into account all the resources, material and human, and that will meet the need of this new development approach. And Mr. Delegate General emphasized all the challenges and difficulties from which the institution suffers, and also that has to do with the nature of the criminal policies and also the negative ramifications on the residents. He also mentioned the institutions that are overcrowded, and also it talks about the sentences in this vein, and also the inexistence of alternative sanctions. And starting from this point and diagnosis, he presented a vision of how to deal with those problems and to contribute to the new development by relying on a certain number of axes. The first, to fight crimes in order to prevent the increase in the number of residents, and also to reduce the overpopulation in these institutions, and provide governance, and also provide financing, and to encourage civil society. And also the Delegate General asserted that in order to reach these objectives, we have to adopt a participatory approach in which all social categories can work hand in hand with the residents, because they are citizens just like all other citizens in Morocco, and they abide by the Moroccan laws. And at the end, the Delegate General, he renewed his thanks to all the participants for being here with us and to participating in this session, and he renewed his thanks to His Majesty for the trust he put in all of us. And also there were so many speeches, one after one. And the first one from the minister, in which he expressed his gratitude to the Delegate General for the invitation, and also he hailed the initiative, and he considered this as a stage, a cultural stage that is very important, that enables to invest more and more in the human capital. He considered the residents to have more rights, among which education is one of the priorities of the ministry. And he also renewed the commitment of the ministry to contribute to those initiatives in order to push forward learning. And he also insisted on establishing and implementing trainings and also to create new initiatives in order to widen the scope of people who can benefit from those efforts. And also the minister thanked the Delegate General and wished the success of this event. And also the representative of the Special Commission on the New Development Model he's now currently the Minister of Education. Well, he asserted that after saying very nice words about the choice of this event, he thanked the delegation and the residents of the penitentiary institutions for subscribing to those initiatives by the Commission, and also in order to develop those visions of the all Moroccan citizens. And also he hailed the very rich character of the contributions of the residents as they tackled so many important issues, for instance building trust and developing development, and also evaluating public policies and align with other issues like the COVID-19 and all the challenges that go with it. And also the representative mentioned that the challenge and betting on the human capital is at the core of the initiatives, and also including healthcare systems and education are really necessary. And he also mentioned the importance of bringing a new impetus and reforms in the healthcare system, and that is equitable and that allocates facilities and institutions of healthcare in a fair manner. And also he talked about giving the opportunity to all citizens to contribute to the development model, especially the most vulnerable ones, and also the mobilization, no matter how or what is the background of all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we asserted that the goal behind the new development model is to bring a new impetus and to give hope concerning the future, and to set the right conditions to liberate all the powers and energies and capacity building in order to push the future of the country forward. And take into account that residents are citizens like every other citizen and have rights that are protected by the Constitution. They should be included in all the aspirations of the Constitution in all its aspects. Now, this report is a ground on which can be built solidarity and the feeling of citizenship and belonging, and those values are just part of the values that are the pillars of this transformation, and that is far from all kinds and forms of violence and deviation. And last, the representative regarded this initiative and reintegration through the program is a very, very important element in order to deepen debate about development, and also because it is a space of expression about the concerns of residents and their aspirations for a better future in which they will be an integral part of this, of building Moroccan society prosperous and being able to win to go forward. There were so many other words, and also the Secretary General of the League of Ulema, who reiterated the importance of the issue, and he emphasized on all the variables that take into account, or that should be taken into account, but that seem very important bases or foundations in order to achieve the integration that is hoped for. We should start with humans, and we should keep before our eyes the goal of integration in a society that will be inclusive, and keeping in mind that this does not happen in a vacuum but in a place and space. And also he insisted on the implementation, real implementation of integration within the framework of this new development model, which has very clear goals and which represents a great leap forward. And he finished his word by thanking the Delegate General of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, hoping all success for the workings. And this was the last one, and the last speech was the coordinator of the Mohammed VI Foundation on Reintegration, and it was really rich. I will not extend very much on it, but I will just remind you that he regarded the foundation of reintegrating residents. He reminded us of the historical steps of reintegrating residents, and also the expectations concerning the deep reform of justice from the legal point of view and how to integrate those residents. And he also had so many suggestions how we can deal with law society and those residents, and he affirmed and asserted, and he expressed and that he was really happy that all the residents are taking part in this endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that in this encounter in which so many parties and residents contributed, there were more than 150 residents, 11 penitentiary institutions, and they are so diverse around all the corners of Morocco that they are very dear to us, from north to south and from east to west, with all its diversity. And diversity from correctional centers to penitentiary institutions. There were very enriching interventions and speeches within those prisons as we witnessed a real change. And this change, probably some of which is due to the pandemic, and we hope that people recover from this pandemic. Mr. Jumani is sick and could not join us because of this, so we launched those panels by very fine interventions from the beginning until the end. And this is an opportunity for us within the penitentiary institution, and me as the president of the scientific committee, I would like to thank all the participants. And we started with a very enriching speech by Mr. Said Benis as a researcher in sociology, who put forward so many questions. And here we are in a very important step concerning the findings of this encounter. I'll have to remind you of what he mentioned, Mr. Benis, in terms of the necessity of involving the residents in the dynamics of development and this change. And I think that the residents do insist on this change and the need to go forward in this change, and to have those residents as partners in this change and in this project. And he insisted on achieving development through its several dimensions, and to have a double approach, a soft and a hard one, and to reach integration no matter how diverse are the entities in. And we should focus on the importance of the human capital, and to push forward trainings and to consolidate values. And we do not solely rely on the job market and the values that govern it. There were some ideas that cut across all the interventions, but Mr. Benis called for the reconsideration, the dimension of training, and that we should bet on quality and to invest in humans, and also to work on human values and personal values, and also the national initiatives, the last of which that was launched in Morocco, that relies on a very clear vision concerning the future of the whole nation, and of course always within the framework of this debate with Mr. Mustafa Fakak, who is a content creator, who shared with us his experience, and it was the starting point as a model that we can follow. He talked about his experience and how we can learn through doing. So learning through doing, and here he talked about institutions, and he encouraged the residents to continuously develop themselves and to rely on knowledge acquisition in order to involve more participants. Next session, of course, Mr. Idriss Afinay talked after thanking the professor for and the organizers and the delegate general of the penitentiary and reintegration and administration institution. He talked about the economic and dimension, and he insisted that we need to rely on it very much, and which makes the beauty of this encounters. There were so many suggestions by the professors that were really fine and high level suggestions, and they deal a lot with the findings of the report of the new development model. And of course he talked about the economic burdens and how we can lead studies taking into account the particularity of the Moroccan context, and he also mentioned how we can reform so many aspects, be they social, material, in terms of values, and also he talked about the challenges and presented solutions. And this is the beauty of our university, not to confine ourselves to the diagnosis, but it is just a starting point to present solutions. Of course, concerning the last speeches, and they have to do with the last panel, how can we make of the penitentiary institutions a productive entity and not to be just a consuming entity, and to invest time in developing skills and to bring about production. Of course, Mr. Haysoun Ayoub, he is the General Director of Employment in Rabat Saleh Kenitra, and he started from the idea that the prison is a territorial space that needs rehabilitation in order to ease integration. He talked about he has a partnership with the penitentiary institution in order to identify the needs and also to know what are the potentials of those penitentiary institutions. And now today we notice and we learned from the residents that we have very high potentials within the walls and the confines of those penitentiary institutions, and this gives a very clear vision how we can starting from those potentials to present suggestions pertaining to so many aspects, for example capacity building, and also to develop soft skills, and also to demonstrate and the ability to reach goals. And he also talked about coping with those residents and the follow-up, and this is the after the release of residents, and this is very important in order to launch businesses and integration at the same time. But Mr. Abdeljalil Ainoussi, he's a professor at the University of Mohammed V. He also asserted through his nice words the numerous aspects that deal with the core of the issue and the role of penitentiary institutions, and how to make of it a ground of debate through the national and international conventions, and how to revise the laws in order to implement a successful development model. And he said employment is the determining factor that can be a turning point in integrating in a quick way all the residents. In the second panel, well, it was not less fine and sophisticated than the first one. Mr. Shaloul Abdel Nabi, who is resident in Tawnat, he presented a distinguished set of ideas. He did not confine himself to diagnosing the problem, but he was also talking about the aspirations of the residents and how to improve the situation, the economic situation in general. It was very positive in terms of the way he analyzed of renewing trust in those residents, and he quoted the new development model and the hope of interacting and constructing a new bond and to treat immediately the issues that are facing them, and also that has to do with aspirations of the residents that seek regaining dignity and also to be integrated again in the educational system. And of course this is one aspect of knowledge, and he also mentioned the problem of time management in penitentiary institutions and how we can revise the laws. And here there was so many points, common points between all the speeches. In the second panel we talked about rehabilitating the penitentiary institutions and the necessity to enable the residents from scholarships and the right conditions to make research and to be a real empowerment, not only legal one, because there is a difference between theory and practice, and also to subscribe to all sectors. I mean, all Moroccan sectors should work with this vast project that is led by the General Delegation of Penitentiary and the Reintegration Administration, and also to level up the mindset of the residents and to avoid extremism, and also to be responsible to move from consumption to production, because production is intimately related with success. And we talked about reading and how the experience of reading is very, very important, especially in the prison of Ras Al-Ma in Fes, in order to be away from the ages of darkness and to be illuminated by knowledge. And Mr. Rabadi insisted on so many aspects that cut across the last intervention, and they had to do with the socio-economic environment and the aspirations of the residents. And he talked about the causes of the crisis, be it in the educational system or the set of values or other controversies that we need to answer to in this regard. And there were so many suggestions in order to implement and to unveil all the potential of the residents and to give them an opportunity to have access to education and to provide them with laboratories and to contribute to their skills. And we all confirm that there is still much work to be done at the level of society. This is not the theme, today's theme, but this should be done, this reflection should be done at the level of society as well. Well, the last speech, it was really enriching, and he was talking about the importance of the human capital, and he presented all the reasons or the causes of the actual problems and how we can deal with development and reintegration. And he talked about the legal system and generalizing services and to consolidate the human capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the report, the final report or statement is not finally complete, but I'm pretty sure that what I presented, we can have an idea about the final statement that is rich because of you, and thanks to you and thanks to all your efforts for being here with us. Thank you very much as a member of the scientific committee, and I do thank again the General Delegate of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration and the Foundation Mohammed VI of Reintegration. And I also thank people behind the curtains who are working in so many penitentiary institutions, officials and guardians and residents for this sophisticated level of program. And thank you very much.
شكرا ل
Thank you, Mr. President of the Scientific Committee of the University Program within penitentiary institutions. I would like just to mention that the university and the general delegation elaborated the report, and this report will include in this session, and we are now wrapping up the 9th session of the university program, the full program, by reading a message to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, and will be read by Mr. Yunus Atmani on behalf of the General Delegation of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration. Thank you, Mr. Ben Isa Ben Nasser, and welcome all participants. A letter of allegiance to His August Highness, His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him in the occasion of concluding the 9th session of the program, the university program in 2021. Peace be upon the Prophet. Your August Majesty, after presenting our allegiance, your servant within the delegation, general delegation of the Penitentiary and Reintegration Administration, on my behalf and on behalf of all the officials of this delegation and the residents, males and females, and on behalf of all the participants within the framework of this 9th session of the university program that is held in person and in a remote way in 2021 in the penitentiary institution Sally 2, within the framework of this new development model. We are honored to His August Majesty, marks of allegiance and loyalty, coupled with the biggest allegiance to your August Majesty. After your high willingness, Lord, to enhance the situation of the residents and to involve them in all the national projects, like all the other Moroccan categories, the participants within this session focused on residents as the main capital that will enable development, upon which Moroccans have so many hopes, aspiring to develop development projects that will make the penitentiary institutions productive spaces that match our aspirations. May God preserve your August Majesty for your people, and may God assist you and preserve you and the rest of your royal family, especially His Majesty, His Prince Moulay Hassan, and His Royalness Excellency Moulay Rashid, and all the royal family. May God assist you, and greetings. Written in Sally on the 14th of Rabi'a the 1st, the 21st October 2021. Yours, Mohammed As-Samak. So this was the last interaction within the framework of this 9th session. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, dear participants, hoping to meet you in March 2022 in next session. Until then, I tell you thank you and goodbye.